Hello and welcome to Kunshan in southeastern Jiangsu province on the east coast of China. We're here for the 2016 Total BWF Thomas and Uber Cups, the men's and women's world team championships. 16 nations from across the globe have gathered here in Kunshan for each competition. Those 16 teams were divided into 4 groups of 4, and over the first 4 days of competition, every country plays every other country within their group, with the top 2 teams then qualifying for the quarterfinal knockout stage. Well, today is day 4 of competition and therefore the last of the group round robin matches, and this afternoon, after that thrilling 3-2 victory for Denmark in the Thomas Cup, this afternoon we're concentrating on Uber Cup, the Group D decider. Japan, the number 2 seeds and beaten finalists 2 years ago against India, who 2 years ago picked up a first ever bronze medal in the Uber Cup when of course playing on home soil. Both teams have won both their previous ties within the group against Germany and Australia, so both have already qualified for the quarter-final knockout stage. But the winner of this tie will get one of the 4 all-important seeded positions in the knockout draw. So as you can see from that, it is a straight race to see who wins this match. They will get the seeded position and therefore a better chance, in essence, of avoiding meeting China. Well, this is the full squad of Japan, and perhaps we'll talk about Ohari a little bit later on, because she, the youngster, is not the 4th ranked player from Japan. Japan have a staggering 8 women's singles players in the top 50, so they had an awful lot to choose from. But they've gone with the youngster to try and give her experience, I think, in this Uber Cup campaign. As far as India are concerned, well, this was their full team, the team lineup, and of course it includes the former world #1, Saina Nehwal, the Olympic bronze medalist, silver medalist from the World Championships last year, and of course PV Sindhu is a top 10 player as well. So both very strong squads, but what's the lineup for today? Well, I can tell you that they are playing PV Sindhu twice. She is playing at second singles, obviously, but they put her in the women's doubles as well. And the big surprise to me is that India have broken up their established women's doubles pair, the pair going to the Olympic Games, Jwala Gutta and Ashwini Ponappa, and they've paired them with other partners. Well, because Sindhu is playing twice, it means that we've deviated from the standard order of play, and as you can see, we were having the first women's singles followed by the second women's singles, then the first women's doubles, the third women's singles, and then we end with that second women's doubles so that PV Sindhu can have a rest after her singles match. Well, the players on court for the first match, and there is the former world #1, Saina Nehwal, the 26-year-old from India, up against Nozomi Okuhara of Japan. That's very nice, the pendants, the exchange between the 2 teams. The players are leading off, and our umpire for this one is Henrik Boas of Denmark. His duty, the toss of the coin. I'm Jill Clark, delighted to say that Steen Peterson is with me once again, and perhaps a little bit surprised that the doubles have been split up.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think Japan is the big favorite to win this match, and they're pretty well equipped in the women's doubles. So it's a little bit puzzling to me that they play PV Sindhu twice in this match, which is it's important, but not more than that. Both have qualified for the quarterfinals. Exactly.
21-year-old Nozomi Okuhara, born in Nagano, the host city of the 1998 Winter Olympic Games. Now, she's not the tallest of athletes, as you can see. That's about 5'1". She's currently 5 in the world ranking, but has been as high as 3, 4 consecutive weeks after winning New England at number 3. So to her opponent, Saina Nehwal, the 26-year-old, currently number 8 in the world rankings, but she was, of course, world number 1, a total of 14 weeks over 4 different spells as world number 1. The Olympic bronze medalist, the World Championships silver medalist. And as far as these two are concerned, they know each other very well, because this is the 6th meeting between the two players. And of the previous 5, Saina Nehwal has the advantage. But the last time they played, which was in the Super Series finals at the group stage last December, it was Nozomi Okuhara who won in 2 straight games. It was just 35 minutes for that 21-14, 21-6 victory. Saina Nehwal, well, she's had her injury problems this year. She's withdrawn from 5 different events because of those injury woes. But of the 5 events she has played, 4 semi-finals. So she's been consistent. 1 quarter-final as well, as we look at the Japanese coaching bench. Park Jubong on the left as we look at them, and Sato, Soji Sato on the right. Now, Steen, who's that as a coach for India?
I'm not familiar with his name, but it's definitely not the national coach, Gopichan, because the men's team, the Indian men's team, is playing on the adjacent court, and he's looking after AJ Jayaram on that court. And of course, we know that Saina is normally practicing with Vimal Kumar in his academy in Bangalore, so yeah, makes sense. Ladies that and gentlemen, it's not Gopichan. On the right, Japan, Vimal Kumar is not here.
On my left, India represented by Saina Nehwal. India to serve. Love all. Play.
So the customary bow from Nozomi Okuhara to 4 corners of the court, to the court officials. Steen, we were privileged enough to watch that last encounter between these 2 players at the Super Series finals, and of course this young lady went on to take the title in Dubai. So Nozomi Okuhara, we wondered at the time whether Saina Nehwal was 100% fit. You and I know, have both been reading in the Indian newspapers that she is delighted to declare herself 100% fit now. So are we, or should we expect a different sort of a match here today?
Yeah, I think we should. It's a very interesting match because of the reasons that you mentioned there, Joe. Until the Super Series finals, this woman here, Nozomi Okuhara, had never beaten Saina Nehwal. Saina withdrew from Hong Kong Open, the tournament before the Super Series finals. Wasn't fully fit, definitely, in the Super Series finals. So that could explain the loss. Then Okuhara went on to win the All England, so she wasn't a one-hit wonder. She was for real, and she's a real contender. So this match here, I think, is a test match to see how close are they really, and I would expect Saina to be a little bit on the race form-wise, whilst Okuhara has not really excelled after All England and perhaps nursed a few injuries as well.
Yes, of course, she withdrew from the India Super Series, Okuhara, didn't she? So there was obviously an injury problem, but I can't help but wonder, you know, when you go into the Super Series finals, first time she'd qualified for the Super Series finals, she wasn't one of the highest seeds. In fact, she was the lowest seed possible at the All England, the number 8 seed. So there's very different pressures on her now, Okuhara.
Yeah, especially the way she won the Super Series finals, very convincingly. Won a great women's singles final at the All England, and now she's sort of leading the Japanese team here in their charge for a Uber Cup title. She's a very, very important player for them, and that's why it's also really important, interesting for us to see what kind of shape is she in. Will she pose a threat to Li Shurui or Wang Xishan if Japan is going to beat China later on in this tournament?
Yeah.
3-4.
Well, that's actually a very interesting comment, Steen, because of course we know that the seeding for the knockout stage is redone after we know who qualifies. So last thing tonight, after the last tie finishes on the third session of the day, the seedings are redone. What I'm not sure, and I think you probably know because you were looking at the rules earlier today, is whether the new rankings, which will determine the seedings for the countries, whether the new rankings are taken into account for players' order within the team. Because you said, will it be Li Shuirui or Wang Shexian? Well, now Wang Yihan has taken over Wang Shexian as the second-ranked Chinese player.
Yeah, but I think that's that order of strength is staying as it was. It's consistent with the first order of strength. It would be odd if you suddenly change the strength in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's odd to change the seedings in the middle of the tournament as well, but I think you're absolutely right. Surely they've got to keep to the same ranking order of all the players all the way through the tournament.
Yeah. There's also a little twist to this, because if Japan wins this match against India, they will be seeded number 2 for the knockout draw. If India wins, I haven't done the calculation, but I'm pretty sure that they will only be seeded 4th. So the other teams winning their group will also have a little bit of interest in this match, because if Japan is to lose this tie, then Korea is not a given winner yet, but Thailand is a given winner, so they have some interest in this match anyway.
Yeah, what a very good point. Well, it was an ambitious shot to try.
5-7.
Japanese coaches, and I think also the coaching situation is significant in this match, because if we were to have a total repeat of the Super Series finals, we would have had Bimal Kumar on the bench with Saina Nehwal, and we haven't, so she's probably not as used to helping her in this match as she would be to Bimal Kumar. And then people say, well, does it matter? And I think they say, yes, it does. How much? That's difficult to say, but if it's a close match, it can make a difference.
Yeah.
6-over.
And not necessarily by
8.
the fact that there would be any difference in the tactics that the two different coaches would pass on. It's knowing how much to say to your player, when to push them, when to leave them quiet, when to...
Reading the players' body language and understanding the code there is between players and coaches. They don't speak in sentences, they speak in terms of code, some kind of code language that says 80% or uses all kinds of abbreviations in order to make it within the 40 seconds that you have in the intervals, and 1 minute and 40 seconds between the games. But it could also be refreshing, because I mean, Bimal Kumar, he's got his view on Nozomi Okuhara, and here Saina gets another coach's a little bit different view, so it could also be helpful.
Yeah. Well, she's done well to get back level after being 4-1 down and 3-7 down, now 8-all.
Great reception from Okuhara.
9-8.
Yes, I've admitted it before, but I was totally bamboozled by Nozomi Okuhara's, or blinkered by her speed and her agility around the court, and I forgot to watch what a skilled and wonderful racket player she was as well.
Serves over. 9-4.
It's all good. Well, I thought the reaction of
10.
Saina Nehwal is that she disagreed, but she hasn't challenged. No, I think she was right not to.
Well placed smash. Not as powerful, but very well placed.
Serves over. 10-all.
155. That's the same height as the net post, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
The net post's 5'1", and the net has to be 5 foot in the centre, middle of the net.
Good shot.
Yeah, he's,
Fantastic jump to the backhand side there.
it's amazing, isn't it? And when you think that she's had a very serious knee injury as well, to have the courage to jump to that round the head position is fantastic.
She just lands on her left leg and is in the same moment on her way towards the middle of the court again.
Yeah.
You can try this at home. It'll take some power, I tell you that.
Yeah, I tried that once and ended up in hospital. 5 surgeries later. Yeah, be careful if you do try that at home.
So maybe the advice is the opposite way around. Don't try this at home. She's a trained professional.
Yes. Japanese teammates.
Yeah, they're going to go on like that for 4 hours or something like that.
Yeah, what a Thomas and Yuma Cup campaign they had 2 years ago in Delhi. Of course, Japan won the Thomas Cup men's competition and won in the final of the Yuma Cup.
They were best nation.
Yeah.
1 silver, 1 gold.
Yeah.
11-all.
Yeah, China 1 gold and 1 bronze.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Park Jo-bong finally got his elusive Thomas Cup gold medal, but as a coach,
Yeah.
had several chances as a player, but always eluded him. One of the things that's worth noticing back home is that the style of play we'll see from these two players is going to be different from game to game. All played here by Okuhara. Very, very nice rally, especially with the drift coming from her side towards Saina, and that's particularly why we're going to see a change in playing style as the players change ends.
Play.
Retrieval.
Yeah.
What a clear.
That is magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. She couldn't have walked over to the other side of the court and placed it any better than that.
And also the height of it. Look at this in replay here. It's a very, very flat clear. And she has the advantage here that she can push her shots a little bit more, Saina Nehwal, because she's playing up against the drift. And I was just about to praise Nozomi Okuhara for actually dealing very well with playing with the drift, playing good clears.
Thirteen, 12.
So, into the lead. First time in this opening game for Saina Nehwal. Just going back quickly on your points a moment ago, Steen, that we'll see a different style. Do you think Saina Nehwal will want to attack more in the second game because she can't control the clears as we've just seen her done from that far side?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
She's attacking quite a bit here as well because she doesn't want to give the initiative away to Okuhara, who deals very well with playing on this side here. But clear like that is not so easy when she change ends with Okuhara.
Oh my goodness, that is quick. Yeah, and technically, she made that look easy, but I can assure you that's difficult, that backhand kill. Keeping it straight like that.
One of the beautiful things with this team competition format is that normally we see the players have to adapt to the playing conditions in round 1 and 2, and from round 3 they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Here there's four teams in each group, and we have 3 group matches. So the players we're seeing now, they have already played 2 matches, so they are more or less adapted to the circumstances here, and that's why we can hope for good matches.
Yeah.
15-13.
Well, 4 straight points for Okuhara. Oh, what a net shot. No, that's just incredible. But it was the punch clear, getting the Japanese player deep in her forehand corner, then backhand necked, and then look at that net tumble. Well, I can't make it any tighter than that. That is perfect.
Reverse slice.
17-14.
all four corners of the court once again,
15,
Simon Ewell.
17.
I have to say, Steen, I was just watching Okuhara's feet in that rally. And I was going to say it's balletic, like a ballet dancer, but it's actually more like a gymnast. You know how they've got that sort of, they seem to be on their toes, but it's almost like a little bounce as they move. Yeah, badminton players aren't allowed to flick sweat away from them. They've got to wipe the sweat from their hand onto their shirt or skirt. Full clothing, but I'm not allowed to flick it away.
I wanted to towel down, and I can understand it because the manufacturing of the shirts is so that it's really hard to sort of dry the sweat off.
18, 15.
Of the last 8 points to this young lady. Oh, that sounded like a miss hit.
It's long. I think that's the first time she's gone long in the match.
16, 18.
And she definitely hasn't shied away from playing the baseline, Okuhara. I take it that there's been some kind of advice to the umpires that the players cannot towel down. That they have to.
And they have been fairly strict, haven't
using
they?
the shirt, yeah.
That's a good clear.
It's good deception. Oh, yeah.
17.
Well read, Jill.
18.
Back level.
18.
I think this is played with her mind that she's not allowed to towel down Nozomi Okuhara.
Yeah.
She's not been herself the last 3 rallies. Strange mistakes that, well, not strange, but mistakes that we haven't seen her make throughout the first game here.
And you don't think it's a fatigue thing? It's purely that because she wasn't allowed to do what she wasn't to do, it's disturbed her concentration.
And what is it? Why am I not allowed to do this? Is there some new rule or whatever? What's going on? I remember when we first changed scoring system to this running score, there was 2 baskets close to the court with the toweling. Because the interval was introduced as well in the middle of the games.
It's gone wide. And Simon Ewell, on a run of 4 straight points, goes back into the lead.
18.
So what you're saying is if the baskets were a little bit closer, then the player could grab the towel quickly and get back onto court quickly again.
I'd like to see 2 baskets on the other side of the equipment box. The thing is that when one player starts toweling down, they take a little bit extra time there, they drink a little bit and so on. And that should be more or less in the intervals, because that's why we make the intervals.
Yeah. That's a nice net shot. Yeah, good judgment again. Well, since that first error on the back line, I think she's made another 3.
Yeah.
Game point opportunities for Simon Ewell. That's gone wide. And India take the opening game, 21-18. On a run of 6 straight points. My goodness me.
She totally lost it, Okuhara. I think back of the German Open where Carolina Marin got 2 red cards within 77 seconds and totally lost her composure. I don't think she scored a point. Maybe she scored 1, but not a lot of points in the rest of the match against Song Ji-hyun.
Young coach as a player, I guess. Move across to the Japanese team. From where we're sitting,
it looks to be Anna Shwida. I'm not sure.
No,
I'm not
I
sure.
don't think so.
But he looks a bit like him, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, not surprising that the Japanese coaching staff spending more time.
Yeah, because things were looking bright from 18-15 up. And they didn't have a lot of time to think about, hey, we're going to totally change our coaching, because it looked like they were coaching a 1-game winner.
Yeah.
Now, 6 rallies later, they're coaching a loser.
Yeah.
So that's really demanding for the coaches to quickly.
So Henrik Boas just saying, when I say 20 seconds, I want you to return to court so that you're ready to start play when the 2-minute timeout is up.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes, so do I.
I don't totally agree with the flicking away sweat rules and all that's concerned about that, but way too often you see the players take too long time getting back in the court. The thing is, I like to see it followed up by all the umpires.
Yeah.
1-4. Service over. 2-1.
That's a good clear. Yeah, well played. Steen, you're a very experienced coach. I know you don't know Nozomi Okuhara personally, but you know, from your personal experience, if you've had a player that's been up virtually all the way in the opening game, 18-15, and they just lose the way over something silly, something external, rather than being beaten necessarily by a change of tactics from her opponent, or, you know, how do you get that player's focus back? Do you just say forget that opening game, or?
Well, I haven't been able to do it from the situations I can remember. I remember one situation where that was at the Olympics in the bronze medal match. We were 3 points from getting the bronze medal, and suddenly we lost the second game. Six rallies later, we'd lost.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to sort of get the players back into concentration. They were so close to one of the big goals.
Yeah.
This is the first game, so that might sort of make it a little bit easier. She's got a little bit more time to work her way back into the match, and she's on the presumably better side of the court here. But that's very, very difficult. Also because, I mean, everything went according to plan for Okuhara, and suddenly she has to to cope with almost 2 minutes of new instructions being one game down instead of positive instructions going into the second game, probably winning the first and so on. So it's a huge change of events.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of luck. Because I mean, I was just interested because, I mean, us players, not that I've played for a long, long time, but we're a funny breed, really, aren't we? I mean, the thing is, all the sports psychologists that get involved nowadays, that I mean, we weren't lucky enough to have those sort of backup people in our day, but you know, they all say, forget about it and focus on this and focus. As a player, you can't forget about it.
No, I think you have to do the opposite thing. I think you have to accept it's there and then finish it. I mean, accept that you're a little bit annoyed, irritated.
Yeah.
And then accept that it's there, but you still have to play on.
Yeah.
There's some kind of assumption that the best players, the ones that wins, they're never nervous, they're never insecure, they never get angry at themselves or the linesmen and so on. I just don't think it's correct. I think they have struggles like everybody else, but I think they're better at coping with it.
Yeah. That's interesting. I remember Roger Federer, tennis player, obviously. He was saying, somebody said, oh, you were so calm on court. And he said, that's what it may look like on the exterior, but I can assure you it's not inside.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good aggression from Simon Awell. You're absolutely right about the tactics. She is definitely more aggressive, more positive, more attacking in this second game because she has to be. So I don't think the drift is as bad today as it has been.
No, I don't think so either. And we can also feel that it's a bit warmer here where we're sitting and commentating.
Yeah. I've only got on 2 jumpers today instead of the 3 or 4 I had earlier in the week.
So there's a big opportunity for Sina to capitalize on this situation here, but she really can't let Okuhara back in the match. And you see, this is mistakes. She didn't make those kind of mistakes before 18-15 in the first game. Yeah, it's clever of Sina. And that's one of the things to do if you want a little break. Find some spots of sweat far away from the umpire so he can't really see how bad it is. There's so many tricks you can do.
9-4.
Oh, that's a good call as well.
Yeah, it's a very good call.
Yeah.
10-4.
Supporting your point that there's not that much of a drift towards Okuhara as we have seen the other days. It's easier to control your shots.
11-4.
Oh, that is just a
Interval.
dreadful unforced error on the return of serve from Okuhara. It's a 7-point advantage from the former world #1. Now, see if we can hear.
Hot one, 20 seconds. Hot one, 20 seconds.
Well, I couldn't really catch anything that the Indian coach was saying to Simon Awell. But what I did like about his coaching is that he's obviously a young man. He was very positive. He was very definite in what he was saying.
I'm afraid I didn't catch a lot of it, but I could definitely rule out that it's Anub Skrider.
Yeah.
We got a close-up of him.
Yeah.
this is a very important situation for Saina, because this is about where Nozomi Okuhara should be able to put everything that's happened behind her and realize that she's about to lose and let everything go. So return to playing her best badminton. So important for Saina to maintain this cushion of points.
That is delightful.
14-5.
I absolutely agree with you, Steen. It is lovely to see Saina Nehwal back to really good form like this.
But, you know, at 18-15, I was about to say it, and the only reason I didn't say it is that I've learned that I should not come with predictions against Saina Nehwal, because I've seen her come back from really hopeless situations.
Yeah.
But I really felt like saying, well, Okuhara is going to win this match. And since then, she's fallen behind 21-6 now.
15-6.
Yeah. Awfully honest of you, Steen. I would have kept quiet.
Yeah.
Missed it.
I've had a lot of other predictions that have gone wrong that I haven't mentioned. This is exactly what India need.
Yeah.
They needed Saina to give them a head start.
17-6.
Yeah, with PV Sindhu playing second match because of the deviation from the standard order of play. Well, it could make a whole impact on the match if India were to go 2-love up.
18-6.
But I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I mean, if there's that sort of a scoreline for Japan to come back and have to win the last 3 matches, of course Japan are the favourites for the 2 doubles, but then, you know, you're looking at the third singles. That's a crucial one. Oh, this is just amazing, isn't it? 2 points away from giving India a perfect start in this group decider.
And then people will say, well, can that influence a player so much that she's not allowed to towel down? And apparently it can.
Yeah. Apparently it can, but it shouldn't. You know, as I say, us athletes, we're funny. Sensitive people. It's gone wide. Game over. Extraordinary. 21-18, 21-6. 37 minutes. So, since being 15-18 down, 27-6.
6.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, that's well wide. And look at the big smile, no wonder.
Against the reigning All England champion. That's a ridiculous scoreline.
Yeah. Well, there is confirmation. It is real. And Saina Nehwal has got India off to a perfect start in this Uber Cup Group D decider. So there is confirmation. Simon Ewell. The first women's singles goes to India. Second women's singles up next. And then it is the first women's doubles. And then the third women's singles. And then we finish with the second ranked pairs in the women's doubles. Perhaps we ought to make mention of Matsuo and Neto, because they are actually the third ranked Japanese pair. My goodness, wouldn't it be lovely to have that sort of opportunity as a team manager where you've got three pairs so highly ranked, three pairs in the top 10.
Yeah, that's what China men's team has also got in men's doubles. The thing is that they've deselected one of the players that plays in one of the three strongest men's teams at men's doubles. So some teams, they are really, really strong in certain categories.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, with Korea in the men's doubles. They've got three in the top 7 in the world, and yet they lost their match, their tie yesterday. Because their three singles players were beaten. Of course, it was Korea against Malaysia. Malaysia winning Group C of the Thomas Cup yesterday afternoon. So Malaysia will be the seeds. Japan, of course, as far as Uber Cup are concerned, are the second most successful team in the history of the competition. And lifted the trophy on 5 different occasions. They've been in 7 finals. Of course, China is the most successful team, the defending champions, having won on 13 occasions. And when you consider that China only joined what is now the BWF, the Badminton World Federation, and I think it was 1984 was the first time China played Uber Cup, was it?
Possibly. Yeah.
So it's extraordinary. Only on 3 occasions have they not, since they played in the competition, lifted the Uber Cup.
Yeah.
That is extraordinary sort of consistency over the years.
I'm waiting for the question because I think I can answer it, Jill.
Go on.
96 Indonesia, 98 Indonesia, and 2010 Korea.
Fantastic, well done. And the 2 Indonesian victories?
Susi Susanti, Mia Odina. I can't remember the third singles. Tambi and Finasi.
Yep, I remember Amir Ordina in Jakarta.
Yeah.
That was in 1994, wasn't it? Amir Ordina beat a certain Jiang Ning, third singles.
Yeah, so I was actually wrong again because it wasn't 98, it was 94, 96.
That's right, 94, 96, 94 in Jakarta, 96 in Hong Kong. Well, I think it's taken a little time for the second-ranked women's singles players to come onto court because they were perhaps a little shocked at how quick that second game raced by, with Simon Ewell taking it 21-6. Maybe they weren't ready. So the second match within the tie the second-ranked women's singles players from both nations. Akane Yamaguchi of Japan and Pusala Venkata Sindhu of India. I'm surprised when I was doing the stats for this match that this will only be the third meeting between the two players, but here Akane Yamaguchi, like her teammate, is not the tallest of athletes, although 1 centimetre taller than Okuhara. She's 18 years of age from Katsuyama City in Fukui, and she's going to turn 19 next month. She has been in the top 10, as you can see, but is currently number 11 in the world ranking. But she has qualified for the Olympic Games as a second-ranked player from her country, as indeed has Pusala Venkata Sindhu, born in Secunderabad, which is just north of Hyderabad, one of the suburbs. She's a very tall athlete. I've actually got her down at 1 centimetre more than that, but that's about 5'11". Now, she's the only player in today's lineup who will be playing twice in the second women's doubles as well. And there's confirmation of what I've just been telling you, that this will be the third meeting between the two. The last time they met, it was 3 thrilling games, 1 hour and 3 minutes before Sindhu won in the semi-final of last year's Macau Grand Prix Golds. And of course, Sindhu went on to take the title in the final. So the same coaches on the Japanese coaching bench as we saw for the first women's singles. We've had a change of coaches here. They've dashed across from court 2. Kulala Gopachand on the right. He's the head coach. And Madhumita Bish, the lady. It's always good to see Madhumita Bish, one of the few regular female coaches on the World Tour, and a very good friend of mine. We were playing in the same era.
So about 35 years of age, you say?
That's it. I'll buy you a cup of tea in the evening for the rest of the week. Well, there really is quite a contrast, isn't there, in the height between these two. But I'm not sure it necessarily makes that much difference, because the styles are very different.
Represented by Akane Yamaguchi.
Xiao Xiao Mao.
Left, India, represented by Sindhu Pusala. Japan to serve. Level. Play.
So this is fairly crucial as far as Japan is concerned. They desperately need Akane Yamaguchi to level the tie at 1 match apiece. But PV Sindhu, I thought her performance in the last Uber Cup campaign, where she played 2 matches, I think, in every tie.
Yeah, and that got India a bronze medal.
It did. First ever medal. It was brilliant.
Sina played some women's doubles as well.
With Sindhu. Yeah. Well, PV Sindhu has played 4 matches so far in the 2 previous ties. And she's down for another 2 matches here today. So she's been selected for singles and doubles. And it's testament to her fitness levels, her all-round quality of play.
And it is a risky business to sort of switch category when you're not used to it. We saw that in the European stage, where Spain made use of Carolina Marin in 2 categories. And, got Spain a bronze medal there, but at the expense of a shoulder injury, because she's not used to smashing that much. And I mean, she's still smashing pretty much in her women's singles, but it's just another totally different sort of use in doubles. You have to smash a number of times in a row.
Yeah.
And when you keep doing that continuously for 3 or 4 matches, then it takes its toll on your shoulder.
Yeah. Also, different skills required for the two different disciplines. You know, you watch the singles players and the way they defend. An awful lot of their defensive shots are out wide from the body.
Exactly.
And technically, then you can perhaps use a bit more of a swing of the racket. Not a whole lot more, but in doubles.
You want to be precise.
And you've got to be precise. And in doubles, you can much more about driving the shuttle back and it taking it off, and the smash is directed towards the body. So it's actually different skills involved as well. It's a good rally. Oh, that's brilliant. That was the double shot coming into play.
Yeah. So there's also some positives from it, that you can sort of perhaps adapt a few shots into your singles game.
I said right at the start, Steen, that the height difference between the two players doesn't necessarily give one of the players an advantage or disadvantage over the other, because one of the beauties of badminton is that if you're a shorter player, then you tend to be very good at getting down low to retrieving shots, which is where the taller player has difficulties.
Exactly. And play shots around the body where you need to sort of move quickly with the arm and racket. And I do, however, think that if we're right in the assumption that the conditions have changed a little bit, that the drift is not as strong as it's been the last 2 or 3 days, I think I'll favor Sindhu a little bit because of her reach. And she's also trying to play pretty precise in her game. So if there had been a lot of drift, she wouldn't have been able to play that precise, and then I would have favored Yamaguchi.
Yeah. Well, this is 7 straight points now. 2-3 down. 9-3 up.
And yeah, we talked a little bit about this fielding Sindhu in the second women's doubles, but there's also a psychological side to it from the Indian coach's perspective. And they have fielded their presumably best team here, so that puts a lot of pressure on the Japanese players, because they know that India have not conceded the women's doubles.
Yeah.
The Japan team has, as you mentioned, Jill, 3 pairs within the top 10. They're very, very good. But India has challenged them by playing one of their singles players. Had they not done that, the Japanese team could more or less book the 2 women's doubles ahead. Then India would have to win 3 women's singles.
Yeah.
Now there's a chance, there's of course a chance in both women's doubles, but the chance is a little bit bigger, we expect, in the second. And that gives a psychological boost to your own players.
Yeah. There's also the psychology that if you pick PV Sindhu for 2 matches, you know that you've got to have the first 2 singles played first. And if India can get that 2-love advantage, then all the pressure is heaped on. And so there's 2 good reasons for doing it. The reason you gave, and that.
Otherwise, this match would have been played presumably at 1-all.
Yeah, exactly. It's all intriguing stuff, isn't it?
And both teams are qualified for the quarterfinals. So if India should fall behind 3-1, even concede the women's doubles or switch Cindy with another player, that would be a little bit difficult because I don't think you're allowed to play with a player who has a higher ranking. And if there's a player who's doubles ranking, they would be ranked higher than Cindy.
Yeah.
Play. Service over. 6-11.
What's the rules and cut-off point for being able to play in junior events? Has it been under 19 or under 18?
Under 19.
On the 1st of January?
There's been some changes there that I'm not up to date on, because I know the Danish Association is considering whether to follow the international year or stay with the Danish year. And yeah, it must be the 1st of January, because the Danish is currently 1st of September, which follows the school year.
Yeah.
So probably...
So my thought process on this was that Yamaguchi is still eligible for junior badminton.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice. Nice perception. Yeah, this is where she uses her height so well.
Good quality shot.
Yeah.
We've seen some of the other matches here, we've seen that reverse slice from the forehand side be very, very efficient. We've also seen it in earlier tournaments be very efficient against Lindan in men's singles and so on. So I think it's a shot we'll see more and more players put into their game. It's perhaps the most difficult shot in singles, but I mean, that's the development of badminton.
Yeah.
As one player has it, okay, then you gotta practice yourself, because otherwise you're at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Well, I know she was going for the disguise, but it looked to me as if she perhaps changed her mind on that. Oh yes, clever.
Ready to punish any short lift from Sindhu, and there was one. Or perhaps too flat.
Service over. 14-10.
Just as she was working her way back into this first game, there comes two, in my opinion, unnecessary mistakes. Way too big chances to take at the net from Yamaguchi.
Play.
Perhaps feeling the pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, I felt she had the momentum ahead of
Yeah.
those 2 last rallies.
That's well taken.
Now it's gone again.
Yeah.
It was like she'd found the right way of playing after the interval. Leading 6-2 after the interval, so now it's back to 6-point lead for Sindhu.
Yeah, she does have this body language, Yamaguchi, that looks as if she hasn't got a care in the world and the whole world's against her.
Yeah.
I can assure you, that's not how she's feeling. She is a great fighter on court. How many Uber Cup campaigns these 2 players will have. One's 18 years of age, the other one's 20. Badminton's looking good in the women's singles, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bright, bright future.
A lot of young talent.
Yeah.
Service over. 18-11. 19-11.
2 points away from this opening game. And that 1 point away. Game point opportunities
20 in
for
point.
India.
11.
And Pusala Venkata Sindhu.
Game.
Yeah. 21-11.
On by India.
13 minutes.
A lot of mistakes all of a sudden there.
Oh, that is a surprise to me, I have to say. Not taking anything away from Sindhu, because it never surprises me when she plays well and plays delightfully like that. I'm surprised at how easily she won that opening
Yeah,
game.
it was like she was intimidated by Sindhu's style of play, getting everything back to the baseline.
Did you get any of that?
Not really. It's
No.
mostly guesswork that you should play the fast racket swing, short racket movement, shots from overhead. But yeah, I'm not sure whether it was that.
And that would clip the shuttle down quickly if it's a shorter movement and a bit more deception.
Yeah.
Not necessary.
But yeah, also that it's harder to judge the short movement for the opponent, but it's also less vulnerable to any kind of drift. If you have a big swing and you can have some really big mishits, that's a little bit easier with the short movement. It was a strange time of the game. It happened that she made all these mistakes all of a sudden. She was 10-13 and then she lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
Level.
Now let's welcome the players. 安东尼，金京，印度尼西亚。Anthony Ginting, Indonesia.
I'm getting more and more convinced about the change of
Yeah.
drift, or not necessarily a change, but not as pronounced as it has been in earlier days.
And then we have really good playing conditions in the hall, if that's the case.
Yeah. I might even take my second jumper off. jamming smash.
She's got to play these long drops, drives into the court, Yamaguchi, and then look for these short lifts or 2 flat lifts from Sindhu and see if she can punish them. Well played.
Yeah.
I don't think she can go for smash winners from the back court, Yamaguchi. She's got to have a lot of help with gravity at least. Got to set herself up on the front court.
Now, I'm sure that Gopi-chan was talking about making her move the full diagonal, Yamaguchi, that is, as far as Sindhu is concerned. And that was beautifully executed.
And the thing that Yamaguchi retrieves a lot of shot, that's no problem at all for Sindhu because she moves well herself.
Oh, it's brilliantly taken. That is magnificent.
Full confidence.
Yeah.
4-2.
Yeah, good placement. Now I can tell you that Madhumita Bish has left this women's singles court and she's dashed across to court number 2 where the India men's team are playing to look after Sai Praneeth.
It's always a puzzle when you have 2 teams playing, unless you simply have designated coaches for both teams. I'm sure that perhaps some of the biggest countries have, but I think most countries are sharing coaches in some way between the women's and the men's team.
That's wide.
3-6.
Pushed and stepped back, and I think that's why she didn't get an even better chance on the second one and committed a mistake instead. Sindhu. So important to commit to your shots.
Yeah, that's where the height is an advantage, that shot she's just played. Oh, she worked the rally so well and then missed on the final smash. You know, I remember watching PV Sindhu a couple of years ago, Steve, maybe even longer ago than that, and I kept thinking she needs to improve her front court play, her net shots and so on. And in all honesty, she has worked on it, I can see that, but I wonder whether, because she was so young, she was just a 17-year-old, she was very tall, so she'd obviously had a growth spurt or something. I don't think that the power and the strength of the legs was enough to be able to control her movement, so then she could control the shot. And I think as she's physically developed, her movement, you've just mentioned her movement is good, it's improved considerably.
Yeah, it has. I mean, she also has an easier task because it's easier facing Yamaguchi at 156 than Wang Yihan at 180.
Yeah.
Because there's a stiffness difference between the smashes of those two players, but she definitely has, and I'm pretty sure that you're right, Jill. That's for the reasons. I mean, it takes time for muscles to develop, especially if you have that long legs. So you have to lower your point of gravity to have good balance on the front pole and so on. So that's where shorter players have an advantage. So, I mean, their point of gravity is naturally closer to the floor, giving them better balance. But when the reach is there, difficulty has to dive a bit more, like we saw Yamaguchi here. Excellent lift from Sindhu.
Oh, it's gone long. Yeah, that's a pity from her perspective.
8, 10.
But she's staying in the game, Yamaguchi. She's doing a good job of that because she could easily have been behind 4 or 5 points.
Yeah.
It's only 2 now. I think she put that long because the clear from Yamaguchi was way too short. I think she should have smashed. We don't get it in replay, so I can't check if my assumption was right.
Akane Yamaguchi. Back level. 5 of the last 6 points. And the flick serve is long.
11, 10, interval.
So it is India who have the advantage. Well, I'm quite certain Korpi-chan was saying something about making her move, Yamaguchi that is, making her opponent move on the diagonal.
The longest stretch possible.
Yeah.
11, 10, play.
That was interesting. A short service and a lot of shots downwards. Very interesting to see if it's going to be the same in this rally. or it's just a smoke screen. Wow!
Oh, that's incredible, isn't it? My goodness.
Service over 11-12.
Shuttle had gone past her. Still has the racket head control to play the perfect drop shot. It's magnificent. Oh, nice block, I like that. There's the making her move to diagonal again, so the forehand defensive shot from Sindhu blocked across court. Her opponent having smashed that one. That's the one.
Yes, exactly, because there's no other opportunity for Yamaguchi. That's the only shot she can make, and she's out of balance, so she hopes that it's long enough,
Yeah.
which it isn't.
Yeah.
And that's what happens if Sindhu can keep her shot quality. It takes away opportunity or possibilities from the shot selection of Yamaguchi, which again makes it easier to be quick on the shuttle for Sindhu. So it's so important to get that little upper hand in the rally. Good variation.
11.
This one here, that was the first time she played to the back of the court, wasn't
Yeah,
it, in the rally?
It was. So she's playing with good variation, not sort of pushing the back line every rally. That long drop in the middle, that's great.
Service over 12-14. Sindhu.
Oh, umpire going to have a word. Well, he's covering his microphone.
Yeah, but we could hear it anyway.
Yeah,
Get ready quickly.
12-14.
yeah. Well, it's in the regulations that the umpire has to keep the players and the spectators informed of the progress of the match, and warning the player, I'm sure, as part of the progress of the match. So we should be able to hear him.
Service over 13-15.
The match had some kind of tipping point.
Do you know, I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
This is crucial. The next few rallies are crucial. And not just for this match, for the overall tie.
She read that lift, Sindhu. The cross lift from the backhand side of Yamaguchi was extremely quick to get behind that and smash. Oh, that's powerful.
17-14. 100.
Yeah, well, the line judge is not really paying attention at the moment. It's long days for everyone with 3 sessions a day.
Thank you.
Well, we do have different teams of line judges.
17-14.
There's international line judges as
Yeah.
well, because many of them travels around to tournaments, not necessarily all tournaments, but
Yeah.
making themselves available. And what a great thing that is for badminton, that there's people who volunteer to
Absolutely.
do linesman work. And it's also
And
not the only reason, but one of the reasons that players should behave
Yeah.
regarding the linesman.
Yes, and the BWF have now put it in some of their regulations that there must be not only international umpires and service judges, but line judges as well, and that's so that there's neutrality. And I think it's a great move forward. And you're right. I mean, all these court officials, they volunteer their time. Wonderful. Where would we be without them? Yeah, it's not good, is it?
No, I was just about to say that she's playing well now. She's highest on the net, and Sindhu's playing from below, has to lift all the time from the net, and then a mistake like this creeps in. It was actually the same mistake she made at 10-13 in the first game. Exactly the same shot she tried.
Oh, that's brave. Good judgment. Oh, Spider's challenge.
India challenges. Out.
Oh, first challenge we've had, I think, of this group deciding tie. Do we have any challenges in the first one? Don't think we did. Oof, that was close, wasn't it? Okay. Looking at the instant replays. Yeah, it was out. Good call, line judge.
But I think it could be beneficial for Sindhu anyway to just sort of regroup here. He's been leading all of this second game, but now it's equal scores.
Service over. 19.
Well, in the net play, really hasn't found her form, Akane Yamaguchi, has she?
No, and it's the long drops that are creating problems for her, where she has to judge the speed and the distance to the net herself.
Yeah.
It could have gone wide. I was thinking, wow, that looks a little bit insecure. While in the air, it looked more like a golf drive.
Match point opportunities for India to take a 2-love lead
4号场地
This
要
group
进行的是
decider.
中普斯杯首组赛，泰国队对阵中国香港队的第4场比赛，男子双打。
Group stage of Thomas Hart.
Wide. Usala Venkata Sindhu takes India to a 2-love lead in this Group D decider. First 2 singles going India's way. And as far as PV Sindhu is concerned, of course, she'll be back on court for the 5th match in this tie. But what a good performance. Solid performance. Yep. Clearly wide. And the match to the 20-year-old from Hyderabad. 21-11, 21-18 in 36 minutes. So the silver medalists from 2 years ago, Japan, up against it now, against the bronze medalists from 2 years ago, India, because India 2-love up in this group deciding tie, the first 2 singles for India. Well, we knew that Saina Nehwal as former world #1 and PV Sindhu, they're both highly, highly talented individuals, but so too are both the young Japanese players, so that is a wonderful start by India. Up next is the highest ranked women's doubles pairs, and of course for Japan, Misaki Matsutomo and Ayaka Takahashi. They're the best pair in the world, the #1 pair in the world at the moment. But this is a big surprise as far as India are concerned, because normally Jwala Gutta plays with Ashwini Ponnappa. And as you can see from the 3rd match we're about to watch and the 5th match, the regular partnership that are currently number 14 in the world have been split. Nilakuta playing with Gutta and Sindhu playing with Ponnappa in that 5th match. So Nilakuti, better known as Suki Reddy. 2 left-handers. We don't often see that. Jwala Gutta, of course, left-handed, and both of them serve with the forehand action. So a rarity. I can't think of any other women's doubles world combination. 2 left-handers playing together in the women's doubles. Just seen the other end of the arena here, a pair from Hong Kong in the men's doubles, 2 left-handers playing together, but I can't think of 2 left-handers. I'll get Steen on the case in a moment. He's just gone off to get the teas. Of course, the 4th match will be the crucial one in many people's opinion, including me. And for India, Rufika Shivani Gada up against another left-hander, Sayaka Sato. That could be crucial. Now, if you don't know about Gada, I can tell you that earlier this year she won the gold medal at the South Asian Games, beating a certain Pusala Venkata Sindhu in the final. So yet another young up-and-coming player from India. It's all exciting times in Indian badminton. Men having a tough time here because, of course, the Indian men's team are missing 3 of their top 4 ranked players. But here come the top-ranked women's doubles pairs for today's match. For Japan, it's the world number ones, Masaki Matsutomo and Ayaka Takahashi. For India, the scratch pairing of Siki Reddy and Jwala Gutta. So our umpire for this one, his first duty, the toss of the coin. Choji of China, our umpire. And the Japanese pair, I conclude from that, decided which end they wish to start. So, Indian pair said we will serve then. Well, I was speaking to one of the Indian team. I think he's the physio, I'm pretty sure he's the physio, before this match got underway. And he said that this pair hadn't even played together in practice. Jwala Gutta, the 22-year-old from Sevagram. Not ranked with her partner of today. She's 14 in the world at the moment, has been as high as 10 with Ashwini Ponappa. And Siki Reddy, 22 years of age. From Kodad, Nalgonda. Trains in Hyderabad. 168, that's just over 5'6". And it does seem an extraordinary decision, but I'm with my friend and colleague Steen on this one. I think you might as well throw in new pairs, because there is a chance at second the women's doubles, but more importantly, I think the order of play with the two women's singles, top two women's singles happening first. I think that's a great move by India. 24 years of age, Matsutomo from Tokushima. Apparently world number ones. She's only about 5'2.5". Not very tall either. Ayaka Takahashi. Well, she turned 26 last month from Nara in South Central Honshu. '50th week in total for the Japanese pair as world number ones, enjoying their third spell as world number ones. Played in both previous group ties so far, did Matsutomo and Takahashi, and weren't troubled against either Germany or Australia. The matches lasting 30 minutes and 23 minutes. Jwala Gutta played with Ponappa in the first two ties, and Siki Reddy played with PV Sindhu in her first two appearances in this year's Uber Cup campaign.
On my right, India, represented by Jwala Gutta, and on my left, Japan, represented by Misaki Matsutomo, Asaka Takahashi. India to serve, Jwala Gutta to Ayaka Takahashi. Double break.
So the very experienced Jwala Gutta, World Championship bronze medalist in 2011 with Ashwini Ponappa. And it's a tall order for India against the world number ones. But Steen, while you were getting my cuppa for me,
Yeah.
I was posing the question to myself about two left-handers playing together in women's doubles. We saw two left-handers playing together in the men's doubles for Hong Kong earlier this afternoon, didn't we, on that end court? Do you think of another pair in world-class women's doubles where two lefties play together? I was struggling. And that in itself may be one of the reasons why they've been selected together, because the world number ones, if there's no regular pairs, two left-handers on the world tour, Japanese pairs won't be used to playing two left-handers. No.
I can't think of two left-handers together. It's almost always left and right-handed, so you can sort of make use of that. I know in men's doubles, Martin Ju and Mike Tredget.
Yeah. Silver medalist at the 1983 World Championships.
Can't come up with a men's doubles pair.
No. Well, the men's doubles pair I was thinking about earlier today for Hong Kong, Ho Ching Chung and Tang Chung Man. Yeah.
He just secured Hong Kong a quarterfinal berth in men's team event.
Wow, that's wonderful.
3-4.
Now, Steen, talk us through this forehand serve, because both the left-handers for India, both using the forehand serve, which is what we did in our day. I know you're a bit younger than me, but you know it was common practice, the forehand serve. Then we changed to the backhand serve, and it's a rarity now to see the forehand serve.
It is, but you know, there's some players who are really good at forehand serve, and one of the players that now we are back in the 80s. One of the players I admired the most was Thomas Kihlström of Sweden.
Yeah.
It just seemed so easy with this forehand serve.
Yeah.
And I have to say that I'm not totally against it in women's doubles. I mean, there's not that much pressure on the service there. So the advantage of a forehand serve is that, in my opinion, you have a little bit better touch if you want to variate your service. And for a number of years, there were no variation in the service. It was just a short backhand serve to the T spot. But we've seen that the variation in the service has become more and more important, both in doubles and in singles and so on. And I think perhaps it started in men's singles. I saw Taufik Hidayat serve towards the outer side line. That's the inner side line, probably, because that's the single line. And gaining some advantages in some situations. So I actually think that we see way too few flick serves in women's doubles. A good flick serve that has the right length and the correct height. That's in many.
And you think it's easier for the forehand serve to do that?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. But it's easier to read for the receiver when are you going to serve, because there's a little bit longer swing.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating. I also think for players that may be struggling psychologically with their backhand serve, it's something to consider, maybe switching to the forehand serve.
In ladies doubles, I think.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, I didn't clarify that. Absolutely.
But these two Indian girls, they also serve the forehand in mixed doubles, and I think that's only possible if you are really, really good at serving forehand. So interesting, because both of these
Oops.
players are more used to play mixed doubles, or maybe I shouldn't say that, but because Guta Juala is not playing mixed doubles at the moment, but she used to play with
Dijou.
Dijou.
Yeah, Valiabitu. Well, I read in the Indian newspapers that she's going to take up mixed doubles again.
Yeah.
Because Ashwini Ponapur was playing mixed doubles and they felt it would help them both within their women's doubles partnership.
Well, yeah.
That was the theory.
Yeah.
I'm only repeating what I've read.
I have a feeling that Guta is actually in many ways still playing some kind of mixed doubles with
Yes.
Ashwini Ponapur, because she's definitely covering the net very well in that combination.
Yeah, she does read the game at the front of the court extremely well. But you see, both the Indian players leaving that drop shot down the middle, and that's the danger when you're a brand new partnership. Not quite sure who's going for what, or who should be going for what. Just 6 minutes to the mid-game interval. 7 straight points.
Yeah. But we also should say that, I mean, it's not designed to win this Indian pair. It's designed to push Ponapur and PV Sindhu, who's considered probably the better chance down in the second women's doubles, where the Japanese combination is still strong, but is at least not number 1 in the world.
11, 5.
But it's a fine line. We've been through most of it here, but these things, I mean, you're inclined to try such things in team competitions, but it's got a lot to do with the opposition as well. Are the opposition, are they accomplished doubles players? Then I fear that the chance is slim, even if you put in a good singles player. If it's a weaker second doubles, then you might have a chance, but you got to consider what you're sacrificing to get this chance here. But obviously we got India a bronze medal at the 2014 edition of the Women's Team World Championship.
Yeah.
So in many ways I understand them, and they've been doing it throughout the tournament. Interesting to see in the knockout stage whether they will also require double duty of Saina Nehwal, so as to both have the chance in the first women's doubles with Ponapur
Very good point.
Guta, and then Saina and Sindhu in the second. Perhaps trying to play 2 half-court singles.
Yeah, but then you've got to have the first. You've got to have all 3 singles as the first 3 matches. Because
not necessarily. You still have the same order of players today, since Saina and Sindhu then will be playing second doubles.
Okay. You're absolutely right.
Which would be.
You're right.
Which would be quite good, I think. Of course, depends what the draw gives us tonight.
Oh, that's just magnificent. What a shot.
Very magnificent.
Yeah. Great skill to be able to play that. Look at that. That's brilliant. Yeah, I can see the idea, trying to use the mid-court area. Tan Kim Her on the left, as we look at them. Oh, look at that as well.
It's good counter-attack from the Japanese pair because she's quite strong when she's coming forward in her forehand side. Joala Gutta. Very powerful smash from the backcourt.
Well, Joala Gutta, I think, was trying to make the point to the umpire that opponents weren't ready. That's a super serve, isn't it? Couldn't capitalise though. Confusion down the centre of the court.
Very quick movement from Matsutomo, and that's one of the areas where we can see the Indian combination is lacking a bit in order to be high-level women's doubles players. Of course, we know that Gutta is a high-level women's doubles player together with Punappa, but that's mainly Punappa that is covering the back court and moving side to side there.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Well, I've tried the most extraordinary deception on that first game point opportunity. Didn't work. If it had worked, that would have been the shot of the week. So 21-11, over the game, just 14 minutes. Jima. Park Jivon. Oh dear, that sounded a nasty cough, didn't it? Oh, that's a Tomo. Yeah, goodness me. Well, Tan Kim Her, former Malaysian player, there he is giving instruction. Now the doubles specialist coach, in India. He's had spells not only coaching in his home country, but coaching in England and coaching in Korea as well. Now, that's worrying. Strapping on the right elbow there of Takahashi. Sometimes we're used to seeing strapping, like on the right knee of Dwalagutta. We see that all the time. Well, we know it's not a new injury, it's precaution because there's an ongoing problem, but I can't say as I've seen that sort of strapping on Ayaka Takahashi's right arm before, and that's why it's concerning to me. Well, again, trying to play the creative shot, and that's what makes Dwalagutta so special. She's willing to go for those different shots.
And she has to go for them because, I mean, her skill set, that's simply a necessity.
Yeah.
That's what makes it difficult to play against. If you didn't have those creative shots, then it would be fairly easy. Nice drive from Takahashi. Good height over the net. By that I mean quite flat over the net.
Yeah. But I have to say, Steen, I do like to watch a women's doubles player like Dwalagutta who tries to do something with the defensive shots.
Yes.
We've gone through a spell where so many women's doubles players just want to lift instead of. She's creative. She likes to block. She likes to drive. She likes to find the mid-court area. It doesn't always work.
No, it mostly doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's why the other players, they mostly just lift high because that's the efficient thing to do.
Yeah.
So do we cut it out? Yeah, at some moments we do, or at some period of the game or the time or the era, we cut it out. But eventually people, they figure out what to do with these high lifts, and they better their attacks, and then suddenly the more creative defense comes into play again. Then it's a necessity. We've got to be more creative in defense.
Exactly like that.
Yeah.
When it works like that, it's beautiful.
And we saw it in 2014 in the World Championships in Denmark, where suddenly the Korean men's doubles, they came up with short cross blocks in the defense, where they'd mainly gone for speed and reliability and sort of being able to pick up many times, but never really, they did change the attack, but it took a while for them to change the attack. But suddenly they had another stroke in the toolbox that could turn the defense around in one shot. The cross short block. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see that development also in top women's doubles, because I mean, they're taking on the same stuff as the boys are doing.
Oh my goodness, how does she play that?
It's one thing, though, that's very important for the women's doubles, and that is that we play with the correct speed of shuttles. If we play with too slow shuttles, then it becomes a lot of a sort of defensive slugfest.
Yeah. look in cruise control at the moment, don't they?
When you face a pair like this, it's about a scratch pair. It's about weathering the storm in the first game where you're not really certain of what they're coming with and so on. And if you manage to do that, then you sort of feel that, okay, we've got them figured out. So we're gonna win this.
Look at that net shot.
As you see, the Indian coaches, they know exactly on the edge of the chairs, and they know where this is going.
So a very handsome lead now for the world number ones. Again, and 11-2 up.
Yeah, and as I recall it, then Jwala and Punapa, they once split in the women's doubles for a while.
Post London 2012 Olympics, Jwala Gutta took a sabbatical from badminton.
Yeah.
It wasn't that they were split, it was just she felt she needed some time off.
Yeah. Because then, I don't know whether Punapa really played that much in women's doubles, but if she did, then she would definitely have a different role than playing with Gutta. So in many ways you can get some training, good training out of playing with a different partner, because you have another role, and we've seen Gutta being much more on the back court here compared to when she plays with Punapa.
Yeah.
And that would sort of benefit their combination.
Good point.
That they better themselves in the non-preferred position.
Yeah. Perfect drop shot. Sat on the top of the tape and trickled over. Oh, well, get it back.
Yeah.
3-30.
There's another lovely drop shot too.
Great touch. Great touch. Really, really close to the net.
Yeah.
Just to take a longer step than she's capable of.
Service over. 14-4.
Important for Japanese team spirit that it's a quick victory, and
Yeah.
first women's doubles can reduce the lead. The Indian current 2-0 lead, so the team doesn't have to use psychological energy on the match.
7-14. Service over.
That's good judgment. First of those smashes, badly deflected by bouncing off the top of the tape, but it's a powerful hit she's got.
It is. Especially if she can get to hit it without having to move first, then it's extremely powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, now that's probably the sort of shot that Honecker would have gone back
Exactly,
for.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
That would never happen in the regular combinations.
Yeah.
Honecker would be used to Guta wanting to go to the front court.
Yeah.
Some of the spectators singing here in the background here. Very happy.
Probably the longest run of the match so far.
Yeah.
That's a pity from the Indian perspective. It's not the longest run of the match. We had one at 36 earlier. That's well taken. Match points have arrived. Matsutomo and Takahashi. World number one, showing why they are the world number ones. Matsutomo and Takahashi, 2 straight games, very, very convincing. Under 30 minutes of play, 29 minutes, a little over. 21-11, 21-8.
Match won by Japan. 1-1, 11, 1-1, 8.
Yep. Score confirmed by our umpire. And that victory in 29 minutes keeps Japan's hopes alive in winning this group decider. Both teams, as we said earlier, know they will be in the quarterfinals, but it is so important to get one of those coveted 4-seeded positions. Nobody wants to play against the might of China in Uber Cup competitions. So their confirmation that Japan winning their first point in this tie to decide who tops Group D. Next up is the 3rd ranked women's singles players selected for this encounter, and then we will finish off with the 2nd women's doubles. Now, given everything that Steen and I have been talking about, this is obviously absolutely crucial because if Garda could win this, then India top the group because even with Sindhu playing with Ponopa, brand new pairing in the second women's doubles, it's a tall order against Matsuo and Nato. Matsuo and Nato, of course, former world number 3s, currently number 10 in the world ranking, but former world number 3s. You've got to rate their chances against a scratch pairing. Now, people may not be terribly aware of Ruthvika Shivani Garda. Won a title last year, the Bangladesh International. And the big result for her was winning gold at the South Asian Games earlier this year, beating Pusala Venkata Sindhu in the final. That was a huge shock as far as badminton was concerned. Of course, PV Sindhu was the overwhelming favourite to take the gold medal. There were a number of mitigating circumstances, I think, for Sindhu's loss in that final, but that's to take nothing away from Garda. She played very well. Not only played very well, but from 8-11 down in the opening game, she won 13 straight points to close it out 21-11. So, quite frankly, anybody who can win 13 straight points against PV Sindhu needs to be respected.
Yeah.
But what a responsibility for Garda. Only recently turned 19. And of course, the top 2 singles players from India, such megastars in their home country that, you know, all of a sudden the spotlight's on Garda.
Exactly.
It's a tough situation.
And it might actually be the best chance for India to take this tie, that Garda pulls it off here,
Yeah.
while they still have somewhat of a threat in the backhand in second women's doubles.
Yeah.
Rusvika Gade, India.
Well, Sayaka Sato, the left-hander, there she is. Suffered a horrific injury during the London Olympic Games against one of your players, Tina Bown.
Yeah.
It really was awful. And then when she came back from that ankle injury, she then tore knee ligaments. So she's had a tough old time, and for her to get back into a career-high world ranking position of 12, I think she's done remarkably well. Now, she has played in both previous matches in this Uber Cup campaign. On Monday against Germany, she beat Yvonne Lee in 2 straight games. And yesterday, against Australia, beat Joy Lai. So she's played all 3 matches, but it should be mentioned that yesterday she played at number 2 singles. Sayaka Sato.
有请运动员入场。
Now let's welcome the
Great athlete
players.
is Sato.
马库
Very
斯
physical
吉
player,
吉
very
耶
strong
本格拉塞
legs.
斯亚外，印度尼西亚。
Japanese women's singles
Marcus
players are
Tibio,
very good
Angela
walkers and
Saviava,
good,
Indonesia.
strong athletes.
苏密特雷迪沙特威克沙萨贾，南
There she
极
is, the
兰克雷
25-year-old
迪
from
印度。
Miyagi.
Red, Sumis Reddy, Sarit Saraj Reddy, India.
12 in the world ranking, that's her career high, and she's enjoying her second consecutive week at the career high ranking of 12. 5'7", that translates into. And she reached the final of the Syed Modi Grand Prix Gold earlier this year. So Ruthvika Garda, 19 years of age, born in Vijayawada. And that translates into a place or land of victory. Capital of Andhra Pradesh in southeast India. 113 in the world ranking at the moment. Garda has been a little bit higher at 107. But she really hasn't had the exposure in world terms, I think, this young Indian player. First time I saw her, Steen, was actually in Nanjing at the 2014 Youth Olympic Games.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen her play.
No? Well, she's a talent, I know that. No, already at the age of 19, she's been in 3 international tournament finals at senior level and has never lost a final. 3 finals, 3 titles.
That's a good record.
That's a good record to have. 2014, India International. Last year, the Bangladesh International. And whilst it's not a ranking tournament, the South Asian Games this year.
India represented by Rutika Shivani Yadav. India to serve. Love all. Play. Serve over. 1 lock.
And it's the first meeting between these 2 players. Never met previously. And I guess actually, Steen, it's a bit of a problem for all the talented youngsters in women's singles in India, because the top 2 players, of course, are going to get sent to all the international events because they're so outstanding in world terms.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite difficult to even get selected to go to a tournament.
It can get really hard to get experience.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, you can have a lot of competition back home in your national tournaments.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, in my country, in Denmark, at some point it got a little bit out of hand on what players sort of left the country to play international tournaments.
Out of hand in a good way or bad way? Sorry, I'm not really with you on.
A little bit in a bad way. There were simply
Okay.
too many players of a level that wasn't really sufficient to play international tournaments, to my taste.
Oh, challenge here. Challenge.
India challenge. All in.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right,
No, she was very quick on her challenge. Rudvika.
Yeah, that's out.
That's out. That's definitely out. No question of that. That's got to be confirmed by Hawkeye, surely. Yeah. Good. Good challenge.
Serve over. 1-3. Play.
We've started the tournament well in our challenge predictions, Jill.
Do you think we should give up while we're ahead?
I haven't kept the record, but I'm pretty sure we haven't missed one.
Over.
If we have, and I've forgotten it. That's selected memory in action.
Oh, that's nice. Good movement from Sato. I said she was a good mover.
5-1.
Speak up. Shivani Garda reminds me a little bit of PV Sindhu 2 or 3 years ago, needing more strength in the legs, but nice overhead skills.
2, 3.
I thought she would be higher than 170.
Has been as high as 107. 107. Oh, tall, you mean? Sorry, I do beg your pardon.
Yeah, that was misunderstandable.
Yeah.
She
Maybe
seems
we've got
higher.
our stats before she started growing a bit, because she's still very young.
Yeah.
Are we talking about, sorry, I think we're at cross purposes again. Sato, are you talking about?
No,
or
I'm talking about
Garda?
Garda.
Well, she's definitely taller than Sato, and Sato is 170, 171.
And I think we had the same stats on Garda She just seems
Yeah, she's
quite tall to me.
Yeah, she's definitely taller than her.
Not Sindhu's height, but not far off, I think.
Yeah, that's nice. Good control by the left-hander. 5 straight points. And this is a very, very nice lead for Japan. Yeah, Garda looks a little bit nervous to me.
Probably the first time she really experiences this kind of situation for her country. And I concur with that similarity to Sindhu, lacking some strength yet.
Yeah.
Not quite able to create the speed needed in the footwork, so we would expect Sato to have the upper hand. Powerful.
Yeah, and accurate too.
10, 2.
I actually think that she's developed quite a bit since the Olympics in 12 when she got injured. I didn't think she had that many technical skills at that point, but that's definitely changed since then.
Well, very much in command at the moment. Sayaka Sato gives me an opportunity, Steen, to ask you a question which I posed right at the beginning of this tie. Japan selecting Aya Ohori, the youngster, ahead of Yui Hashimoto, Minatsu Mitani, Imabepu, and Sayaka Takahashi. All of them ranked higher than her, but of course she's a youngster that's up and coming, and they obviously wanted to bring her to give her experience.
Yeah, they must think very highly of her, in my opinion. I don't know how they select. Maybe there's so many, so they have to have tournaments that to select it. But no surprise last year to learn that Sayaka Takahashi had moved down to sort of the B singles team. Because I thought she had really, really good skills. Was developing into something good, but well, that's how it is when you've got that many good players.
Yeah.
Lots of internal competition, and that helps everybody gets better.
Yeah. Ohori, just 19 years of age. 3 times World Junior Championship bronze medalist. Yeah. I mean, from her junior results, it's quite obvious she's got talent.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed watching her reach the final of the New Zealand Grand Prix Gold recently.
Yeah, they might have helped her make the team. I don't know whether they were selected at that time, whether the cutoff date was before or after that tournament, but it must have been just around that date, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Look at that. Tiny little flick of the racket head at the last moment to send it deep in court. Look, she's moved from deep forehand, comes to the net. Look at that. How can you tell that's going to be a fast flick? You can't.
Over 3-13.
Oh yes, well done. Well played.
4-13.
net shot.
Service over.
Yeah, there's the inexperience, so doesn't follow up on it.
And that was a junior shot.
Yeah,
When it's that short, you're simply gonna smash.
yeah. Winning smashes down both wings, doesn't she?
Yeah. And so much for my theory that it would be easier for India to take this tie by winning the second women's singles. That would be a really, really, really big surprise if that should happen from what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
16-4. It's over. 5-16.
Looking quite calm. Japanese coaching bench.
Six, 16.
I think they still believe in their ability to win this tie, Paljabon and Shojisato, but when you're down 2-0, then there's always a little risk. It's only a twisted ankle away from a loss, so
17-6.
always a little bit more concerning. That's why the sort of controlling of the order of play is important.
It's over. 7-17. Service over. 18-7.
Simply too powerful.
Yeah.
19-7.
For
Game points have arrived.
20. Game point.
Only 12 minutes into this opening game of the third women's singles.
Game.
Opening game.
First
Very,
game,
very
won by
convincing
Japan,
opening game.
21-7.
21-7 in just 13 minutes. The match clock just ticks over 13. Now we're going to have a severe word with Gopichan to get him to speak up louder,
yeah.
or put a microphone on him so we can hear what he's saying.
And we've got to warn him because it's been a problem for a long time. So, yellow card. But it's not an easy task he's got here,
No.
because I think there's a good chance that his player is without possibilities of winning this match, and then of course you've got to find some way of encouraging and motivating your player. think I heard a little bit about something about play long rallies and so on. Get as much experience as you can from this
Court
match.
1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Not too focused on points, but more on what you do. If you make the right choices, haven't got the power yet, or your opponent is too quick, then so be it. But it's important to keep doing the right
Second
things
game.
instead of going for points, going for easy points, trying to hit the lines, making it either a winner or a mistake. Get something out of the match.
Oh,
Yeah.
challenge. Here's
India challenge. Called in.
Gosh, that's close. Well, we're sitting at an angle, as well as seeing that from an angle. And it does make it very difficult to make a judgment. Are we copping out of?
Yeah, if we're not sure, we shouldn't make a statement, I think, in order to keep our record. Good challenge.
Yeah. She's challenged
Correction.
twice. She's been
Out.
correct twice.
Service over. 1. Stop. Play.
Oh, yes.
2. Block. Service over.
Great shot.
1, 2.
The whole upper body preparation for that drop shot screamed smash to me. And then she played that beautiful drop.
And that's exactly what the secret is, too much of a word, but what the emphasis should be. Your body should show something, and then you can make a disguise using
Yeah.
another shot than what your body shows. So we have it again. Of course, the master of that is, in my opinion, Lin Dan.
Yeah.
3, 2.
Okay, so that poses a very interesting question. Both left-handers.
Yeah.
Is it easier to create disguise, or why should that be? There's no logical reason.
It should be the same. There was a theory a number of years ago, because there was a rumor that one of the Chinese coaches only wanted to work with left-handers because he felt that due to the right half of the brain controlling the left side of the body and the right side of the brain is the more creative part, that it was sort of more productive to work with left-handed players. And it was around the time when Lin Dan and Bao Chunlei emerged on the scene, and both players had, of course, excellent technique. But there's a funny thing about this, that I think, or at least I thought, that left-handers, they had some kind of a little bit of a strange, special-looking technique, some kind of hook like posture with the arm and so on. But the thing is that with the new computer technology, you can easy on your own computer, if you have QuickTime, you can invert it so you can see actually Sayaka Sato play as a right-handed player and Gade as a left-handed, and then you will see that it's actually Gade's technique who looks a little bit special or strange or a little bit hook-like. So it's our eyes that deceive us. They have exactly the same technique.
Yeah.
It just looks
Yeah.
sometimes a little bit easier, better, special when left-handers do things.
Out.
One left, wide of the centre line. We should point out, though, that a left-hander using a cross-court slice and a right-hander using a cross-court slice, it creates a different spin on the shuttle because of the way the feathers go into the court. One's hitting with the feathers, one's hitting against the feathers. So it will actually create a different spin. But I take your point about the technique. There's, you know, it's our eyes that deceive us.
Yeah, it is. And actually, it can be a challenge sometimes if you've coached right-handed players for a long, long while, and then you have a left-hander. And at least I have sometimes the need to sort of turn it around on the PC to look at it and compare it to the picture I have in my head. That's all coaching talk, and now Sato is on the way of winning this match, I suspect.
Yeah. 8-point advantage.
Fight it out.
He's a very considered coach, isn't he? Gopi Chand. You never see him get that emotional. He's always calm, the way he talks to his players. There's always something definite, something positive said.
Yeah, and always some kind of plan.
Yeah. I remember last year having a very interesting conversation with him. About an hour, talking about development of badminton and so on. He's a very intelligent young man.
Service over, 4-11.
Yeah, pretty much the mastermind of the development of Indian badminton and the emergence of such strong teams on the world scene.
5-11.
Started out with Simon Neval. Then Sindhu emerged, and the men's singles started playing better and better, and began winning tournaments. And now we see the doubles department is also coming forward. It might take a generation to produce really top contenders in the doubles categories. It might go quicker, who knows?
13-5.
I tell you who's a talent in men's doubles in India. Shrikant's brother. Nandagopal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Service over, 6-13.
We could have a similar Japanese situation, couldn't we, with
Yeah.
siblings doing well in singles and doubles. Of course, for Japan, Ayaka Takahashi, who we just seen in the women's doubles, and sister Sayaka, who we were just mentioning, is no longer part of the national team. That's a nice play, isn't it?
7-13.
I like that.
And we see glimpses of what could be for Rudvika Gade when she gets a little bit more strength, a bit more experience.
14-7. Service over, 8-14. Service over,
You were talking about
15-8.
shot decision making and making the right decisions,
Yeah.
and that I thought was a clever shot from this lady, the left-hander. Because it wasn't a particularly accurate shot, but it was an outright winner. Yeah, that is accurate.
16-8.
It's landed on the line.
She's not giving anything away, Sato. She's just sort of continuing her bulldozing of the Indian girl here, and that's important because she's got to sort of gain and build confidence in these matches here. I guess Japan would be hoping to repeat their final against China from 2014 and hope to do even better, and perhaps Sayaka Sato here should play an important role in the coming matches. She could be playing the deciders. I mean, if she's playing more matches, then it's because the score is 2-all.
Yeah, because from tomorrow onwards, it's a knockout competition, and once the tie is decided, in other words, once 3 matches within the tie has been won, any remaining matches are not contested. Well, this is her first challenge, actually, of this match. Her opponent has challenged twice.
We're a little afraid here.
We're very afraid that our record might be broken. I'm saying out. Oh no. Now we're under pressure, Steen.
I can't see it. I can't watch.
No. Oh no.
Challenge unsuccessful.
That's it. Our record's up the spout.
Yeah. We'll talk no more about that.
Yeah, good call, line judge. There you are.
1 challenge remaining.
And she seems like she's a little bit tense. Starts jumping up and down here. It's a very, very difficult position to play in Thomas and Uber Cup, the third singles. Precisely for this reason, especially in the women's team competition, Japan and China are quite heavy favorites, so there is a chance that neither Sato nor the Chinese third women's singles may see more action before an eventual final, but yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
No.
And if they lose this match, they might meet, or lose this tie, they might meet China in the quarterfinals.
Exactly. That's why it's so important to get the seeded position, because as you were saying earlier, Steen, that if Japan win this tie against India, then they will be the number 2 seeds.
12-19.
And that will assure them of being in the other half of the draw.
Yep. From China.
From China, provided that China beat Denmark later on tonight.
Yes, again, we shouldn't make any assumptions, but I think it would be a result of the century if Denmark women were to beat China. But you see, Denmark women's singles team that you've got with you are all up-and-coming youngsters, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're not at the same level as the Chinese players.
14-19.
They hope to be there one day, but not yet.
Yeah. Match point opportunities.
Match point 14.
Both players can be fairly satisfied with this second game. I mean, Sato is pretty safe, but some nice rallies by Gade.
Yep. Only one opportunity needed, and it's converted well from the left-handed Sayaka Sato. 2 straight games, 21-7, 21-14. Just a fraction under 30 minutes.
Match won by Japan, 21-7, 21-14.
So 2 matches all in this tie. All coming down to the 5th match, the 2nd women's doubles. So the last 2 matches, just shy of the half-hour mark. Sato coming through to level the tie at 2 matches apiece. Confirmation. It's all coming down to this 2nd women's doubles. For Japan, it's the former world number 3s, Shizuka Matsuo and Mami Nato. For India, it's a scratch pairing of Ashwini Ponnappa and Pusala Venkata Sindhu. Well, Japan must be favourites for this, but funnier things have happened in sport. Well, for Japan, the 2nd most successful team in the history of the Uber Cup, having been in 7 finals, winning the trophy on 5 separate occasions. 3 times, incidentally, on home soil. 1969, 1972 and 1981. But of course, those occasions when they have lifted the Uber Cup in Japan was before both China and Korea joined the IBF, International Badminton Federation as it was then, now the BWF, Badminton World Federation. So they've never won the trophy since China and Japan have been in the competition. As far as India are concerned, now this is only their 5th appearance at the Uber Cup finals. Semi-finals for the first time 2 years ago on home soil, having been quarter-finalists in 2010 in Kuala Lumpur.
And earlier on, the Uber Cup was, I think, only 8 teams. So the tournament format has been extended.
Well, I can tell you India competed in the first ever Uber Cup, which was staged in 1957 in Lancashire, in England. But it was all a very different system, not only in the number of teams at the finals. There was a challenge system at one stage, wasn't there, that the defending champions didn't play until the final. Everybody else played off for the right to challenge the defending champions. Well, here come the players, and the players who will decide this group decider. Yet another left-hander. Left-hander, of course, Mami Nato, who plays with Shizuka Matsuo. hasn't had that long a rest, actually, Pusala Venkato Sindhu. Because the last 2 matches, both under 30 minutes in duration. Crikey, look at the height difference between Sindhu and Matsuo. So, our umpire for this China. Xiao Mao. Okay, so the Indian pair have chosen to start that far side of the court. I didn't quite get that, Steve. Did they win the toss, or did the Japanese win the toss and chose to serve? Couldn't quite make it out.
I don't see any reason why you choose to serve if you win the toss.
No, nor do I.
You can score points immediately in every rally, so...
And it's not like tennis where serving is a definite advantage.
No, no.
In badminton, that's not necessarily the case.
Almost the opposite.
Yeah. So the 5th match in the tie. There is the former Commonwealth Games champion in women's doubles and, of course, Olympic World Championship bronze medalist, Ashwini Ponappa. The 26-year-old, born in Bengaluru, which, of course, was formerly Bangalore. 165. It's just a little over 5'5". The Sindhu, the 20-year-old we saw in the 2nd match in this tie. Didn't she play well against Akane Yamaguchi? Can she produce that sort of form in the women's doubles? Well, this is her 6th match in 3 days. And because she played singles and doubles yesterday and on Monday as well. So they're the left-hander, Mami Nato, 29 years of age, from Fukushima. Oh, they've got Tokyo. So her partner, who's also 29, I've got down as Osaka. Well, again, we disagree on that. Well, we don't disagree about the quality of this Japanese pair. Former world number 3s. Oh, Mr. Park. Got to get yourself alive for this one. Park Jabon, the coach. My goodness, well, when you're in charge of 2 teams, I guess you don't get much rest time, do you, during these Thomas and Uber Cup competitions? Now, this Japanese pair didn't play on Monday against Germany. They weren't selected. They did play yesterday against Australia, though. Beat Lian Chu and Gronya Somerville.
On my right, Japan, represented by Mitsuo Shizuka Nato Ami. And on my left, India, represented by Ashwini Ponappa Sindhu Posala. Japan to serve. Matsuo Shizuka to Sindhu Posala. Labo play.
Wasn't the best of serves to start. Is that a sign of nerves? I wonder. Yeah. Well, this is obviously the first meeting between these 2 pairs, because I don't believe that Ponappa has ever played with Sindhu previously. fantastic. My goodness.
I guess that's the way the Indian pair is going to try to win this, by attacking. We know that Sindhu has a powerful smash, and both players have also the ability to cover the court well. Sometimes the different kind of smashes that you're experiencing when you're playing singles players as opposed to regular doubles players, and I'm not sure the Japanese have sort of faced a player this tall with that kind of smash power.
Certainly not in this event, but my mind immediately goes to Camilla Ruta-Yul.
Yeah.
But that's coming down from a left-hander, and she is a definite doubles player. So
she's a definite doubles player, and yeah, she has a very, very hard smash, probably harder than Sindhu's, but Sindhu is good at moving as well.
Yeah.
And Camilla Yul is good at moving, but not side to side to side, which I don't think Sindhu will have any trouble doing.
No.
We also have a very tall Thailand women's doubles player, Putita Supajirakul.
Yeah. That's right.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh,
she's
challenge.
Powerful.
India challenges. All in.
Yes, Supajirakul. Oh, no, that's out.
That's out.
That's out. Now plays with Tedarattanachai. Yeah, confirms it's out. Well, it didn't look that far out, did it? But correct decision made. And that's the whole point of
5-1.
the instant review system. Make sure that the fair and correct decision is made in the end.
Service over. 2-5.
Oh, service point called, struck above the waist.
Service over. 6-2.
When she's allowed to come forward, Punapa continuing her smashing. A lot of strapping on the left arm of Mami Naito as well. Been a tough year for the players, played in a lot of tournaments in order to try and qualify for the Rio Olympics. That's exactly the start. These two Indian girls, they needed to put pressure on the more accomplished duo of Naito and Matsuo.
It's gone long.
And there was the flick serve from Punapa that I really liked, because it was a perfect flick serve, and it put Matsuo under pressure, so she just had to clear it away.
Yeah.
Play.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, she's hitting and moving forward.
And she's just coming forward, and she knows that Sindhu, she can cover for her wherever it comes, because she's a singles player. So the only open corner is short cross. That's hard for Sindhu to cover, and that would force a lift from the Indian side, if they could manage to get it at all. but also a very, very hard corner to hit.
Well. 11-2 for Punapa and PV Sindhu. I would not have predicted this. I thought they might cause a few problems because the Japanese pair wouldn't know how to play against them, but I wouldn't have predicted a 9-point difference. This is astonishing. Well, there's me saying coming into this match that the Japanese are overwhelming favourites against a scratch pair.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
And the thing is that the Japanese, they need to take more control of the match, and that's interesting to see if they can do that, because these two girls, they're not going to sort of misunderstand each other a whole lot if they're attacking all the time. And also one of the areas of pressure on Sindhu is probably in her defense, but so far they've been mostly attacking. And on the Japanese pair, they're very much dependent on Naito to set it up from the backcourt for Matsu.
Yeah.
So if they can get Matsu in the back, then there will be a lot of opportunities of turning the defense around for the Indians. So it's going to be interesting to see this decider.
Oh, that's a
And that's out.
shocking serve and a dreadful error on the return.
Well played. Also well played by Matsu, keeping the net. Very well played shot. Not possible for Punapa to challenge, and even if it comes over, I mean, Matsu got that corner closed down.
Yeah. I would have been tempted to challenge that.
Out.
We're on the low serve.
So the right-hand, left-hand combination. Third shot from Naito, and then the Indians tried to play the other side, but there was this woman.
Oh, that's delightful. And Matsuo. the power play again from Bonaparte.
Getting a lot of steepness on that second smash there.
Oh, miss it. Yeah. It was an extraordinary sort of career path for this Japanese pair, wasn't it? I remember in 2012 they finished the year as #1 on the Super Series standings, and then the next year they started playing for different clubs and therefore didn't play on the international tour at all. They go from being #3 on the world rankings and #1 on the Super Series standings to no tournaments in 2013.
Matsu, did she play with Suetsuna or something like that? Was that before?
I didn't see either of them on the world tour for that year. Came back together again for 2014.
Played by the Japanese pair, who sort of stopped the bleeding from the interval and slowly working themselves back into this match. I don't know if they can catch the Indians in this first game, but definitely must give them some confidence in the second. The problem is, if they should lose the first game, they've only got one game left to give of. And if they lose that, they will have lost the tie, and the nerves will kick in.
It's a good defensive shot. Well, there's some definite tactical instruction coming from Tank and her at the back of the court to Bonaparte after that rally.
I think it's important for the Indian girls to keep variating their attack.
In pace or angle or both?
Mostly in angle, so that they don't get the Japanese defense going.
Oh,
very eager now. The thing that's worked well for the Japanese pair is to play these soft ball, small ball around the net, not giving a lot of speed away. They definitely have the upper hand there, especially when Matsu is at the net. some important next couple of rallies.
Yeah.
Out.
Oof. Oh, serve is short.
Service over. 17-13.
So I would flick Matsu if I were Punapa, because I don't think her attack is as dangerous as Mami Naitos, and I'd rather have that she's on the backcourt.
What a smash. Power and placement. And towards the left-hander's right hip.
And that's working well if they cross back at the Japanese pair.
2 points in this opening game. Service fault called. Service fault called on Ashwini Ponappa.
14-19. Play.
Great play.
That is nice, isn't it?
18-19.
Calmly, just saw the gap. Calmly played the shuttle into the open space. Good judgment.
Yeah, and good variation instead of just firing away. Drop shot once in a while, and if it had been in, I would have criticized her for not smashing when she had the opportunity, but it worked well for PV Sindhu.
Game point opportunities for India. Yep. They're one game to the goods.
First game won by India. 21-15.
Umpire confirms 21-15 to India in this deciding match in the Group D decider. Now, is this going to prove to be an inspired selection?
Okay, one thing is, then when you defend, don't try to drive first. Open up first. Okay? Open up first. So first one you try. Because you have to be hard. And then all of you, sometimes you cross. When you cross, you see the position, they are out position. You can move it.
Coaches have departed. Japanese coaches using every moment of their allotted time. In fact, over their allotted time.
I still have the Japanese pair as favorites to win, even though they're one game down. And the reason I have that is the second half of the first game, where the Japanese pair actually won that that half. So if they can continue that,
Second game.
I still think they have a great chance of winning. But they have little room for error now.
Yeah. Lovely variation. Slice across court and then look at this straight drop, the reverse slice. Played to perfection.
Court. Service at court. Court. Service over. 1-all.
Playing well, isn't she? Ashwini Ponnappa.
She has a much more free role when playing with PV Sindhu because she's free to take chances. And when she's playing with Gutta, she's much more restrained because she has to cover for Gutta on the back court.
Service over. 2-all. Okay.
Possible change in the attack from the Indian side is that when PV Sindhu is at the front court, she might as well move at least a step back because if it's a net play from the opposition, she might be able to catch it anyway and play it a little bit more conservatively, but it's important that she can intercept. And Ponnappa smashing from the back court. Definitely be my advice to the Japanese pair to target Sindhu in the defense.
Getting herself in a tangle there.
Yeah, and she's not as accomplished a doubles player defensive-wise as Ponnappa. She's more used to looking for the gaps on the other side. Sindhu just concentrates on getting it back.
It's another wonderful smash from Ponnappa. A little bit of frustration showing there from Sindhu.
5-3.
Tossing her racket in the air off the rally. Here we go.
During the interval, she was told to not drive her defense so much, but try and get it high. And I'm not sure I agree totally with that advice because I don't think she can get it high. So I think actually the drives were quite good and created some opportunities for the Indians to turn the defense around. Well saved there.
Service over. 5-0.
And this is good for Sindhu and Punapa. The longer they can keep up with the Japanese here, the more nerves are going to build up on the other side.
Yeah. Into the lead. Oh, that's gone wide. Yeah.
Service over. 6-4.
Beginning to dominate the match. Matsu.
Yeah, you just feel that it's, if India are to win this, this is a vital moment.
Yeah.
Indecision. Yeah. You're right, Steve. She's playing very well, isn't she?
It looks like she's getting more and more confident and playing better and better shots, making better selections.
Yeah, and again. And is this a decisive move, I wonder? Because I think that the more that the Japanese pair regain and reinstate their confidence that they've shown earlier in the week, the more difficult it is for India.
There's not so many easy points, as we discussed in the other women's doubles. When you first settle in and sort of get a feel for, what is it we're going to do, who are we going to smash at, who are we going to move around the court, and what are the best shots and so on, then it's a little bit easier. They need to get a few points now, Punapa and Sindhu, in order to still be in contention. Because right now the advices coming out from the coaching chair is still helpful, but if you miss a couple of shots and it gets tight, then suddenly it becomes a stress factor. They've got directions for everything. I should remember this and remember that. And while you're remembering everything, your whole game is falling apart.
Oh, great flick serve. Well, you were asking for it earlier. You specifically asked for it against Matsuo. And that time it was against Nato.
Yeah, and it's worked well against Nato. That's the second time she's caught speeding, so to speak. And she's applying so much power, Sindhu, that leaves a lot of good opportunities for Punapa in this rally. Matsui just couldn't get there in time.
Play.
Oh, it's just missed. I was about to say that is sensational. But it was just a fraction wide, but what an extraordinary shot. 10-all. Who's going to have the advantage at the mid-game interval? Well, the answer is Japan. But it is just 1 point.
All one attack. You don't block first. You got to strong standing in front of me.
Left or right? Straight.
Okay? Then smash it. Either you straight line or you center line. When you sometimes you pause the turn way out. Okay?
Coach,
That's on
1
you.
20
That's how you
seconds.
organize it.
Coach, 1 20 seconds.
Let me just block.
Ready? Straight only. Very good. Come on, girls.
Yeah. Very difficult to hear what doubles coach Tan Kim-ho was telling his players. Of course, very much in it still.
11, 10, play.
Good work by the Indian pair, keeping the initiative in the rally. Wondering whether she should have left it to Punapa. I think she might have, because she's fast. Ashwini Punapa.
Yeah.
Japanese pair, in my opinion, doing a good job defending PV singles smashes when she smashes straight. Face it back with as little height as possible, but if she could use the quick smash a little bit more, I think it would open up the Japanese defense.
Over 3-2.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. She does get quite set in her defence, doesn't she? One way or t'other, PV Sindhu.
Doubles players needs a lot of strength in the forearm, and I mean, it's nice for the singles players, but it's not a goal in itself to be really, really strong in the forearm, because you don't need to create a lot of speed really fast in singles.
Good rally. Oh, yeah, that's getting caught on the defence again. Towards the right hip of PV Sindhu. Yeah, Japanese teammates looking a little more happy now.
Yeah, becoming more aware, the players becoming more aware of the weaknesses in Sindhu's double play, because when she's at the net, she's not a real threat unless it's a very, very open chance. Otherwise, she can manage to play it back, but nothing bad really happens. So.
Quick.
And when Sindhu is at the back, she's allowed to fire one smash away, but then it comes back flat, and it's hard to continue the attack. So advantage Japan at the moment.
Same again.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more evident what the game plan is for Naito and Matsu, and they're getting a lot of encouragement now from Park Jo-bong on the coach's chair. Perhaps what Punapa and Sindhu should do now, go a little bit more for the 60-40 chances, try to create a good situation in the service situation, good opportunity.
Serves. Oh, good interception. Yeah, it was that half chance from Ponapa.
Yeah.
And that freedom that you were talking about to do that within this partnership.
Yeah, and that's what they need to get her to do. They need her to move. When Sindhu is having the smash opportunity in the backcourt, I don't agree that she should smash straight. She should smash cross, and Punapa should have the freedom to move out.
Yeah.
And make some of her raids around the court. That was also a possibility, that she came in straight. Lots of suspension now on the court.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Advantage and 3 points away from forcing a third and deciding game.
That's long.
Yeah. nerves are jangling.
Panapa has been playing well this match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right, the nerves are
Yeah.
really, I mean, it's a little bit like a 50-50 now if
Yeah.
the Japanese pair survive this.
This is a huge point. Good serve too. Flash of rackets. Yeah, but that's nice from Ponica. Little smile at her partner saying, don't worry, come on. Here's the clash of rackets. I honestly thought at 17-13 we were definitely going to have a third.
Yes.
The rest of the serves. But it was a good commitment on the return and 2 game point opportunities. Who can hold their nerve? Yeah, clever smashing. And it is 1 game all. 21-19, 43 minutes, and the whole of this tie is going to come down to this third and deciding game. Look how that's aimed towards the right hip. That's perfect placement. One game all.
Think back of Sudirman Cup where the Japanese team was involved in also very exciting women's doubles with Matsutomo and Takahashi against the scratch pair of Line Kersfeldt and Sara Thyssen of Denmark. They also created some trouble for the Japanese, but they ended up victorious in the end.
Logic tells me, Steen, that the Japanese pair should race away with this third game, but logic doesn't enter into it.
I don't think they will. I don't think they'll race away with it. It's very possible they will win, and if I were allowed to put money on it, I would put it on the Japanese pair. But I don't think they'll race away with it because they've known for almost a game how to play these 2 Indian girls, and they barely managed to win this set. Now the Indian coaches have had a little look at what the Japanese are doing and what's working and what's not working for their pair. So I think we're in for an exciting game.
Yeah.
Playing to decide whether they should play against either Taipei, Indonesia, the loser of this match, and presumably Denmark, or the winner of this match, Japan, China, Korea, or Thailand. Korea and Thailand have won their groups. China, not yet.
Well, broke the strings of her racket in that attempted kill. And that's maybe an explanation as to why she made the error. Well, that could be costly. That is terrific. Oh, there's a challenge. Yeah. Oh my goodness, difficult to tell, isn't it?
Unsuccessful. 2-1 India. 1 challenge remaining. Play.
I don't think the Japanese pair have challenged all match, have they? Now one's saying lift the defence and the other coach there seemed to be saying steer it across court.
But when Pranapa is smashing, it's so important that she doesn't get it back in a better position in the same side, because then she'll come forward.
Yeah.
And that's a good start for Japan now.
Yeah.
There's confusion on the Indian side.
Yeah, and I felt that missed kill opportunity when Pranapa broke her racket. I somehow sensed that was important and that was going to be a pivotal moment. No, it's still early stages in this deciding game. I don't know why I'm thinking that that was a pivotal moment, but it does look as if it may have been. 5-1 now.
Seems the spirit has sort of dampened a little bit with the Indian pair. So they might actually race away with it.
Well, not only has the spirit of the Indian players dampened a little. I think that the whole Japanese team are now back in unison with their thunder sticks.
We can hear the Japanese team all the time here.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Service over 4, 6.
She's not playing with the same kind of confidence as in the second game, Punapa. She's a little bit hesitant here.
But was that the right idea? Block back to the net and try and move forward, or?
I didn't pay enough attention to that.
But it must be continuous. Okay.
Oh, I didn't think there was much of a delay there, was there?
No. I've seen much worse examples.
Oh, wow. Goodness. Good rally. Yeah.
That could change. That could be a momentum changer.
Yeah.
7.
I concur.
She wasn't trying to return that one, Punapa, in the middle of the rally. She was just trying to protect her eyes. And then she got it over anyway.
Yeah. Got it over with interest. Level.
7. 4.
Six in the last 8 points. I honestly thought at 5-1, I verbalised, I said, you know, they could start running away with this now. That missed opportunity at the net from Punapa. Oh, dear me.
You think the Japanese team wish they would have fielded Naoko Fukuman and Kurano Yonao?
I thought that from the first game.
Yeah.
Because this Japanese pair is the third highest ranked Japanese pair in the squad here in Kunshan.
Move to one of the sides, Sindhu. Yes. Yeah. Don't stand on the middle of the court, and that goes for both Sindhu and Punapa. They're not going to really be dangerous in the middle of the court. Choose one of the sides so that the backcourt player can see whether she is to come forward in the same side that she's in, or cover the other side for a long defensive shot. spirit has been re-established on the Indian side.
Yeah.
Service over. 9, 4.
Oh, challenge. There's a challenge here from Japan.
Out.
And the line judge, I have to say, was very hesitant. Of course, it was called out. But Mami Nato was very, very quick to raise her arm in the challenge. We'll wait for Hawkeye. Oh, that's called out.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 10-9. Japan. 1 challenge remaining. Play.
Wow.
11-9 interval.
India, having been 1-5 down in this deciding game, change ends with the advantage, a 2-point advantage.
Okay, both of you need to plan. Sometimes you can change game. Back smash, front going from also can. Up to you, up to you. You can have coordinate. You coordinate this. Okay? Sometimes you can come out. Up to you, you coordinate this. The second thing, remember, when you pause, you come there, remember? Right?
Coach 1, 20 seconds. Coach 1, 20 seconds.
If you smash, they drive forward. Last one.
Well, as far as trying to make PV Sindhu change her defensive stance, I'm not sure that you can do that in the middle of a match. Certainly she can be aware that they're aiming towards her right hip. But it was interesting that Tan Kim Hur said you choose whether you come out on the rotational play when you're on the attack or whether you stay one really going for it at the net.
11-9. Play. Out. Service over. 10-11.
I think Sindhu definitely should come out when she's at the net.
Yeah. See, she wasn't really hunting the shuttle, was she, at the front?
She's not creating points at the front court. When Punapa is at the back court, these smash mixed situations, mixed double situations, she's not creating points from the net. In my opinion, they should avoid the situation where the Japanese are standing in the defensive formation and the Indian pair is standing front court player, back court player. They're much more dangerous when they're coming out or coming forward when there's a rotation on all the time. And then if Sindhu has a really, really good chance and smash straight, then Punapa can double team in that side.
Ponapak stand too far forward to make the interception.
She
didn't have time really to see it.
No, she was not taking any chance to any side at all.
No.
So.
And too static.
Yeah, but we probably have to give her that because they're a new pair. So
yeah, sure.
Yeah, they needed that. Sindhu and Pranapa broke the 3-point streak from the Japanese pair.
Well, we've just gone over the hour mark in this deciding match of the tie. Oh my goodness, a service fault followed by a service error.
And all 4 players almost jumping up and down, trying to get the tension out of the body. Well, it's not gonna, you're not gonna succeed. You're gonna be tense from now on until the end.
Oh my goodness! I don't believe it. Oh, can the 4th player get a serve over and into court in a legal fashion? Yes.
By Matsu.
Yeah. She, I think, has been the outstanding player as far as the 2 Japanese players are concerned.
Yeah.
In the opening game, this lady, Ponapak, was the outstanding player on court.
Opportunities, Sindhu and Pranapa in the offense, and they haven't capitalized from them. Probably it's natural because they're not a regular pair, but there's been some big opportunities.
Yeah.
You have to remember that they're not a regular pair. They don't, even if they practice during practice, they haven't had that many of practice against.
No. Oh. Net cord on the return of serve.
14, 15.
So from that perspective, they've played a fantastic match so far.
Yeah.
Over. 14.
It's a mistake by Pranapa. She asked the umpire whether she could go and towel down.
There's the attack at the right hip. PB Sindhu.
Yeah.
Good serve. Oh, look at that defence. I like that. Yeah, that drive defence.
Drive from shoulder height.
Yeah.
Fantastic shot.
Inside out sort of backhand drive. Yeah. Fabulous. Service error.
What a great team match it's been. But I mean, from a tournament perspective, I don't mind Japan winning this one. So we separate them from China. We're sure to be separate from China in the knockout draw. But also be rewarding for India if they sort of get rewarded for taking a chance in the women's doubles.
2 points away from securing the number 2 seed spot in the knockout draw. That's wrong for a start. China have got to win tonight. Yeah. See, I'm getting carried away with myself. Oh my goodness. They both went for the same shots, and therefore there was a huge, huge gap. Open court. Look, they both go for the same one. And Matsuo had a whole open court to aim from. For 4 match point opportunities. Yes, Japan come through in the 5th and final match of this group decider against India. But my goodness me, what a run for their money the Indian team gave the 5 times champions Japan. Well, Japan beaten finalists 2 years ago. In all probability, will be the number 2 seeds in the quarter-final knockout draw. 15-21, 21-19, 21-16 in the deciding game in an hour and 9 minutes. Well, Japan started as favourites in this Group D decider. Oh, my goodness, I didn't think it would be as close as that, but well done to Japan, and what a brave, wonderful fighting spirit we've seen from India, because of course India were 2-love up after the first 2 singles, with Saina Nehwal beating Nozomi Okuhara and PV Sindhu beating Akane Yamaguchi. And that meant that Japan had to battle all the way. And what a thrilling match to end with. That scratch pairing of Ashwini Ponappa and PV Sindhu forcing a top 10 pair all the distance. So that means that Japan top of the group, India second, and as far as the 3rd and 4th places are concerned, well, that's yet to be decided, because they will play tonight, Germany and Australia. But we know that Japan and India safely through to the quarterfinals. Of course, tonight we'll have a Thomas Cup match, the former champions China against the defending champions Japan. From Stephen Peterson, myself, Jill Clark, we'll see ya. Bye-bye for now.